Good morning, everybody. Seem to be missing something. Hey, there we are. There we are. Hey. Good morning. Hey, Wonder Hamster. Yes. I thought it was appropriate to start with our Halloween screen since we are in October. So, there we go. Just making sure everything is working. Sponge. There. There we go. Now it's stuck. Shazam, hey, yeah, you wanted to say you liked it but didn't know what to call it. Yeah, it's a Halloween opening screen. We said we wanted it to look like Bewitched. And the artist actually didn't know what this, if you remember, like the Bewitched TV show, which actually just turned 60 this year, maybe even like this month, because I saw a thing about that. So it is older, but is very iconic, and the opening scene is very also very iconic. So we wanted it to be done in that style, but the artist had never seen Bewitched because they're not. Is not something that was, I guess, broadcast to an international market at the time. So whereas here we had reruns for years and years and years, and so many generations knew Bewitched. But it's done by Bubon Illustration, but she did a great job. Blue Raven, hey, thank you for the raid and welcome. Good morning. I'm doing some throwing today. As you can tell, I'm going to be making mugs. Yeah, I saw that the TV show Bewitched was 60 years old, and that the little girl that played Tabitha is also 60 years old, the child actress. All right, I may not be able to keep my hair down. Here we go. Let's try this. I'm just going to make this one and then measure it. But I was like one of the book series that I like. It's called A Discovery of Witches. So it's got its own magical system with like witches and vampires and stuff. And they make the comment saying that my parents' generation got their, what they thought they knew about witches from Bewitched, and our generation gets it from, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and it's true. My very first black cat I ever had, I named Samantha. It didn't stick. That was her official name. We ended up calling her Miss Kitty, but we called her Samantha. And my naming conventions haven't got all that much better, have they? Because now I have Minnie, and I named her after Professor McGonagall, so still name them after shows and movies. I believe I moved my ruler, so let me go find that. I think I know where it is. Yep, found it. Hey, Kiba, don't you want to come see us? Diomedes, hey! I kicked Daniel out and told him to go sell things today. Yes. Alright, that one is good. Let me set my guide. Now, Diomedes, I do have a bone to pick with you. Let me set this up first. Hey, it actually hasn't moved that much. There we go. And then that freezes now. So the last day I was streaming, you came in here, and I don't know what we were talking about, but you brought up the last time I had electrical issues. And so we were talking about like all the different things that have happened, and you know, haven't had that happen in a while, and so you jinxed me, and it is all your fault. because I came in the next day to a melted melted plug on my kiln and had to have an electrician come out. So it is entirely your fault. Oh, look at him, there he is. You did come to say hi. It runs away. Hey, buddy. I did call you over here, didn't I? Mm-hmm. I've only made one mug. Hold on, let me get your thing up here. There you go. There you go. He starts purring. He does. So I realized one time that he, when he would come up here and sit next to me, that he would start purring when I would be done with the mug, when I would like take it off, take the tile and move it, because he thinks that then he can get pets. And if I don't do that, if I put another tile down and start making another mug, he stops purring. Yeah, buddy. Yes. Got to make sure that there's enough cat fluff in every piece. We got to prime the wheel. That's what we're doing. You shall send 6 treats to Kiba as a penance. There you go. At least you know who to send your offerings to. Mm-hmm. We gonna go for a spin? We gonna go for a spin? There we go. Yes, now you can see him in all his glory. There we go. See, he lets me do whatever I want as long as I'm petting him. There we go. Hey, Bob. We're gonna cuddle. There is an almighty purr going on right now. He's like, now just do this forever and don't stop. I wonder what would happen if I put him in the hammock. How much disaster do you think would ensue? Ooh, not the tail. Get away from the water. Like, he only has half a tail, but he will dip it in the water and then just like sling it around everywhere. Yes, yeah. So I have my small kiln that is on a 220 plug, and the one of the wires inside the plug like melted, and thankfully tripped a breaker. But I was lucky, like I had an electrician that came out and they fixed it same day. They just replaced the plug and cleaned up the wires. Do I really want to know? Do I really? You want to go up here? No? Okay. I won't make you go up there. I know that's Minnie's spot, so he may not want to go there because it's Minnie's. He's like, I just want cuddles. He's like, cuddles or the wheel, nothing else. Like, we found him, like, sitting up here, just curled up on the wheel asleep. Or I shouldn't say we, like the person I had checking on them when we were gone at a show. This is where he was. Like, nobody was here to pick him up and put him up here. He came up here of his own choice. I mean, now that I know what they did to fix it, to replace it, I mean, I don't really think that's normal wear and tear, but like I can do what they did. I can replace stuff and like running in the new wire would be a bit more complicated, but I could probably figure it out. I just wanted to have somebody here that, you know, a certified electrician for insurance purposes, you know. No, because it had shorted. So a year. So I've had this thing for 2 years now. It was put in 22, and then last June it shorted out. Like, so the first year I used the kiln. Where you going, buddy? Oh, is this how you got down? Okay, there you go. Come on. I'll get my stuff out of your way. I've got like my buckets over here that make a good stair step for him. I didn't even mean it to be that way, but I see that's what he's doing. So like it shorted out a year ago, and then the people who put it in came in and replaced, you know, what I wasn't watching, but replaced things, and it worked again, but they may not have fixed everything, and so that may have been why it shorted again or melted or did whatever. It's really making me want to like just like hardwire the thing like the other kilns are. Kiba is a pretty kitty. He is very handsome. You can come back. Just moving things, perceived obstacles out of his way. Come on. Let's see if this will get him to come back. I do have his water bowl over here. Come on. And this is water, not Propel, that I'm feeding him. Come on. You can do it. There's that close up that nobody wanted. There you go. See, he didn't touch the wheel. He like had his feet on the edge. Yeah. And you got clay on your tail again. But with the kiln is fixed, I guess, for now, and the pots were not destroyed. That's a very important thing. I don't know exactly what temperature it got to when it stopped, but it was above a bisque temperature, but not to a full glaze firing. So it was somewhere between, you know, like 2,000. I think it got above 2,000. And that's the thing with the glazes, like not much happens until like, you know, 2,000 to 2,100 degrees, like. So if and unless something fails like right at the last minute, or if it can't quite reach temperature, that's when you're gonna have something mess up. If it's if like you have a power outage or something happens early, then you know it's there's not gonna be anything wrong. Nope, Daniel's on his own today. Like there's nothing as busy as that show as Gen Con, so it's this one is one like one person can handle it by themselves. Well, let's need to see if The camera has been bumped. Let me measure this again. Or if this is just too short. That one is just right, so the camera did get bumped a little bit. Here we go. I could have handled Gen Con by myself. Whew. Do I still have the Pixel Palace? Oh, yeah, no, I have the stamp, yeah. You need 2 more. One being solid red and one being solid pink. Ooh, that's going to be nice. Yeah, so since I have the stamp already, you've already paid for the custom stamp fee, custom order fee. Send me an email and I will send you an invoice. That way, it'll just be the regular mug price. This is why I have an OtterBox. Because I'm just holding my phone. Oh, okay. Is that clay? My first thought was that would have been type of a stone or something. Now these are my 20-ounce mugs, which are the majority of the mugs that you will see. Geeky and Nashville themes, yeah. I may not be able to do this with my hair down. It's getting on my nerves. Oh, okay. Has the tracking number been updated any, I wonder? Whoop, 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 whoop. Just fold it over a little bit. Hey, Loki. Good morning. There we go. That I didn't follow my own rule. This one was not firmly attached to the wheel. Had to catch it before it slung away. There we go. Bob, hey, how's the Wonder Hamster doing? He is doing much, much better. He's actually at a show up in Louisville this weekend. We set up for it yesterday. No, he actually has a, if not an entirely clean bill of health. He was released to do heavy lifting by the doctor, so he has no more fluid buildup on his heart. Still don't know what caused it. Oh, so I thought maybe you knew that he was sick. Okay, so when we were at DragonCon, so that was the first weekend of September, which is, it's only been a month. It's only been a month. It's been such a long month. The first weekend of September, like, he'd had it happen once before, but he was having like super bad chest pains and like could not breathe. And so we took him to the ER, and he had fluid built up around his heart. And so during DragonCon, I did the show by myself while he was admitted to the hospital. And so since then, it's been, he's been ordered not to do heavy lifting, has been, taking it a little bit easy. Besides that, like he was able to drive to TwitchCon and back. So he's not like been bedridden, but he's just been moving slow and trying to be more conscious of what he's doing. So the Wonder Hamster is back to spinning on his wheel, to running on his hamster wheel. And his screen name comes from Weird Al. from a Weird Al song. So I was thinking about that because did anybody else see the announcement that Weird Al was doing another tour? We grabbed tickets for the Nashville stop, which is not until like a year from now. But nope, not again. He had that once. So I have roughly 60 or so of this size I'm going to do. I'm going to gather some more tiles here. Oh no, and there we go. I almost took out a freshly made mug. There we go. I brushed the corner of one of the mugs with one of the mugs with the corner of the tile. Had to straighten it out again. Got an ad starting in about 30 seconds. So if you don't want to see the ads, you can always sub to the channel, or use that as an opportunity to take a break, get something to drink. Either way, it helps the stream. And there's Minnie coming in to check on me. It's a very nice day outside, so the cats they've been being wildcats by sitting outside under the trailer. Alright, there's that one. And I'm going to take a quick break. So I'll be right back. Right. I know we're not quite back from the break yet, but there. I couldn't do it. I was going to try to have my hair down, but I can't do it. Here we go. Oh no! Well, I can see where it came apart. Right there. So I'm going to try to put it back together. We can put Humpty Dumpty back together sometimes. Especially if there's not too much water right there. Because the clay is soft enough, it can stick to itself again. Sorry. There we go. And I'm just pushing that back down, trying to even it out, and then we'll do another pull. That section's got a bit of a wobble, but I think it's gonna stay together. I think it will. So we got enough height here. That's what I needed. Chocolate, hello. Good afternoon or morning. Wait, morning. It is still morning here. I forgot how early I got started. But welcome. Happy time zone. You need to learn to accept the wobble. You try way too hard to control the wobbling rim and just make it worse. Yes, and sometimes I've had to learn that, like, if the rim is just the rim is just a little bit wobbly, just leave it and sand it down later, because you're never gonna fix it. You can compress it a little bit, you know, and get it a little bit less wobbly, but if you really need it to be perfectly even, just sand it down later. I mean, a very, very slight wobble is never going to be seen again, because, you know, it's, unless you're going to have the piece spinning around, you know, over and over again or something. Because sometimes it's too fine to really try to trim off. Well, I don't sand everything, so I will clarify that. Before pieces go into the kiln, I wipe them down with a sponge, because you don't want to do a ton of sanding, because of course it creates dust clouds and everything else, and that's not good. And this clay it's a stoneware clay body, but it's very smooth, so it cleans up like porcelain, in that all you have to do is to soften the rough edges, or soften, you know, wipe away fingerprints or whatever. You just wipe it down with a sponge and clean it up. But if I need to, the only like sanding we do is, and I recommend wet sanding, is I have some sandpaper that I glued to one of my tiles here, and so if the bottom is a little bit wobbly, we add water and just give it a quick swirl and sand it level. And same thing with the rim, just very, very carefully. If it's not uneven, just give it a really quick swirl, wet sand. And then if you really need to, you can like take a piece of dry sandpaper and sand down the bisque a little bit, but it obviously takes a lot more elbow grease than fixing it in the greenware state. But it can be done. I think the kiln says it goes to cone 10, but I've never taken it up there. This is cone 6. No, this is a cone 6 stoneware. I think you'll find that like most places now do cone 6 versus cone 10, unless you just specifically want the effects of cone 10. I think at one point in time, like going up to cone 10 was just standard in a gas kiln, or because you had to go to that temperature to get certain glaze colors or effects, or that clay bodies fired to cone 10 were considered sturdier because they were, you know, vitrified at that level. But we've got so many like things formulated for cone 6 now that it's, you know, it's become the much more of a standard. The bright glazes, which is 5 to 6 2. Yeah, and so we've got those, and then I've got like the ones covered up by the cat tree here that are, because Minnie's not here right now. I have so many colors. I have a full range of colors. I have everything from the earth tones to the brighter colors, which you don't tend to see. A lot of people aren't used to seeing on bakeware and stuff. And see, I thought traditionally, like, the brighter colors were associated with low fire, like, you know, cone 04 and stuff like that, but, yeah, I am in southern Kentucky right now, where the earthier colors are more traditional. You know, the browns, the iron oxide glazes, the tans, and greens are what are made from materials that we have are naturally occurring around here. So people are used to seeing those colors. So I find it interesting that I tend to sell a lot more of the brighter colors around here than I do in places like when we would do shows in California, because they are used to seeing bright colors everywhere, and so they don't see the earthier colors as much, so that's something different for them. So I always find it interesting which things sell best in which region. Oh, you do cone 10, nice. Do you do gas or electric? Because I've never tried to take my big electric kilns up to cone 10, and I think it would be a bit of a struggle. Okay, you fire at a studio and they do the gas reduction firings. Okay, I was gonna say, like, why did you choose cone 10 with everything that's available now? But that makes sense. You have access to cone 10. I remember thinking when I was in school, because that's where I first took some pottery classes, and they had stuff like that. They had the cone 10 reduction, they had the gas reduction kilns, they had some small electric kilns, but you know, the big one was the gas reduction kiln that they used. And I remember thinking to myself, like, okay, if I'm gonna do this anywhere else, like, I'm not gonna be able to build, you know, a room for a kiln and have be able to operate this thing all by myself. So I asked the teacher, like, if I could just use the electric kilns. I remember he came and asked me, he's like, hey, do you you haven't had a turn at the gas kiln, do you need any pieces that, you know, to go in here? And I remember telling him, it's like, you know what, I'd like to get more comfortable with the electric kilns, because you know, I don't really think I'm going to have access to a gas kiln, so I'd like to go with what I think I'm going to be able to use. And I think that impressed him. You did cone 10 as a semi-arbitrary choice when you were researching which studio to fire yet. Yeah, and it's, you know, if they have the ability to do it, use it. That's why I always tell people when they're, you know, people are asking how to get started, I'm like, find a studio to work at, because they have all the things there to choose from. You know, use their equipment and their resources until you figure out what you want to do. And then go set up your own if you want to. Because so many people just, you know, buy all the tools and equipment and then realize, you know what, I don't really like this. Which that could be said for many hobbies. Not just pottery, but yeah, you tend to enjoy working with the muted earthy colors, yeah. So do you like to do throwing, or do you prefer hand building? So this is my mug shape, just like the ones, the test tiles you see back here. This is my standard mug shape. It is, I call it pot-bellied, but honey pot's a good word too. Kind of a rounded body with a flared lip that comes in a little bit at the top to kind of help keep the heat in. I mean, it's a mug. It's open at the top. It's not gonna, it's not gonna keep things warm forever, but I do like the shape, and I like to hold it in my hand. So there's the function aspect of it, as well as just the, I like the look of the shape. The neck area here lets you, like I said, it keeps some of the heat contained just by the nature of the shape, and it gives you a good place to grip. Like, because I tend to hold my mugs, like I put my hand inside the handle and then hold the mug like this, so it gives you something to hold on to. And then it's a flow break as you're drinking, as if you have a straight-sided mug, which I also like as well. Sometimes you can, if you tip tip the drink back too quickly, it's all coming. Whereas this, the liquid has to go over a lump. So I'm sure there's a technical term for that. I just don't know what it is. So no specific influence, just, I liked the shape and it works well for me. I make it in the 10 ounce, or this is the 20 ounce. I make it in a smaller version, which is the 10 ounce, which is actually what is on the my test tile frames. And then I make a taller travel mug, and then we make the tankards with the wide base. Oop, there's our pumpkins. We have pumpkins at the St. James Art Show. I sent Daniel with all of those. And I've tried, like, this holds 20 ounces, and while it's a big mug, like, it doesn't seem like it's not inconveniently big to hold in your hand with a full cup full, 20 ounces of fluid. It's not too heavy, whereas and it's not too awkward. So I think like having the pot-bellied section is what gives it volume. Like when I've tried to make a straight-sided 20-ounce mug, they just seem huge. But this one is manageable. You like the horsehair on the pumpkins? Yes, those tend to be the most popular. I think they're very striking, but we're in Kentucky, so there's a lot of a horse culture here. I will need to do a raku firing to do some more Christmas ornaments, but I don't think I'm going to be doing any more pumpkins this year. But I'm making some of a lot of these mugs because I have orders to fill, and also we've got one more show coming up that I'm going to be making some stock for. So I've got lists of things I need to make. Like I said, I've got like a little over 60 of these to make, and then I need to make some of the 10 ounce as well. Either that or some yarn bowls, because I've got some of those weighed out. I try to have things, well, I do measure things out before I get started, so I plan out and know what I'm making, but I've got some options today. It's not all going to be one thing. For large mugs, you've enjoyed doing a very German-looking Stein-shaped mugs. Yeah, sort of like cone-shaped with a smaller top than bottom. Yes, that's what I'm calling like a tankard. I feel like, I think for me, like sometimes a Stein means it has a lid, whereas a tankard means it doesn't. I don't know if that's exactly right, but that's kind of how I've separate the two terms. Yeah, the pewter lids, like, aren't some of them made out of clay? Like, I feel like I've seen, like, slip cast steins with clay lids as well, but with maybe, like, a pewter attachment. I wonder if you can just buy those, like, pewter lids or whatever they might make them out of now. Well, I'm falling behind on my own rules here. I need to hydrate because I'm supposed to hydrate after every 10 pieces, and we are at 18, so I'm a bit behind. There we go. I'm done with my coffee today. I'm on to my iced tea. We have a lot of Kentucky-themed things at the St. James show because we are in Kentucky, but we also, the show is in Kentucky, so bring some locally themed things. So I've got the Kentucky platters that I was glazing a few days ago. You may have seen them go into the kiln or come out of the kiln or both. But one of the medium-sized Kentucky platters. So it's a dish shaped like the state of Kentucky with about like inch and a half sides that I made as a custom order for someone else, but decided to make more of them because I like them. well, I talked about needing to test out the volume. I'm like, you know what? I think a pie recipe would fit in there. And so for science, I did an experiment. For science, I made a pie, an apple pie, and put it in the pie plate, and it fit. It perfectly fit. So now we know the answer to our question, and we have pie. Right, chalk for science. But there's a picture of it on our Instagram and Facebook, so I posted that this morning. Let me see something up here. I've got a person in the shop. I'll be right back. All right, here we are. So I keep forgetting it's Friday and not Saturday, so it was just an Amazon delivery or post office delivery. Have I tried making ovenware? Well, so the you mean something besides a pie plate? But yeah, no, I've made like a little bit of everything. So I've made like casserole dishes, pie plates, different shapes of baking dishes, small ones, big ones. So the only kind of cookware that I guess I've never made has been stuff to go on the stove top, because that requires a certain type of clay, or at least a certain additive in your clay body, which is mica. Otherwise, things on the stovetop, like glass and ceramic things, should never be put on a stovetop because it doesn't heat evenly. They need even heat. So you can put them in the oven, just where it's going to be have heat from all sides, just not where it's pointing at just the bottom. Oh, really? You were looking into the history of it, and flameware apparently used to be regarded as expendable. Eventually, it would crack, and you just get a new pot. In some parts of the world, like clay pots, are still considered, expendable. Maybe that used to be more common. Like you may have seen like videos of people throwing off the hump, making these little just cups over and over again by the hundreds, and they probably just barely bisque fire them because they're single use teacups. Let me see what this is. Let me get the phone if I can catch it. All right. I'm sorry. I finally put up the be right back screen as soon as the call was done. I'm like, this is going on forever. It was a call, but I never expected it to go that long. Hey, Colleen. And Crimson Sheep. I'm sorry, guys. I had a phone call. I halfway expected it to just be spam, but I answered it in case it was important, and it was someone placing an order. So now back to mugs. And I also keep forgetting that today is Friday, not Saturday. It just feels like Saturday because we set up for a show yesterday. That's funny. And that's why we multi-stream, right? Aw. Well, that is a good compliment. You know, we are saying that we were the B-roll while they were on their walk. You know, that's we want to be a relaxing stream and have good music and not be too intrusive. We are very safe for work. Though I say we're very relaxing, and then every minute and a half you hear thud. Colleen, if you're still here, I saw a video that made me think of you. It was this massive, huge dog. I forget what it said it weighed, but they're like, dog refused to walk down the mountain. And so, like, they had 8 people go rescue this dog that was on top of a mountain. Carried him down on a stretcher. And of course, that made me think of Bentley. Go take care of your wood, Crimson Sheep. I've been around junkyard too much at TwitchCon because the woodworker. And so the booth was just like nothing but wood jokes. Phrasing. It's like you wonder if people hear pottery puns in their nightmares after being in a booth next to us at a show. Yeah, like I said, Wonder Hamster's up at St. James, and at least we've got good weather. you assumed it was gonna be a big storm because there was good weather today. No, knock on wood. We're supposed to have good weather. It's supposed to get up to 85, which I am not gonna complain about. Is it? Okay. Like this morning, like I haven't been out since like 8 o'clock this morning, so it felt really good then. It didn't feel humid, but it might be now. Yeah, when we set up, that's the thing, it was not humid. It was 80 degrees when we set up, but it felt so good because the humidity was low, and we set up. We found some lunch at a pub on the corner. What Daniel found some ghost pepper mac and cheese, which he enjoyed. It's time for a Bentley bath on the deck before the weather gets too cold. Oh, what do you just take him out there and hose him off? Oh, the battery? Well, the battery works, yes. So, it doesn't work great. Like, so I plugged in, like, 2 of our big lights that you've seen us, like, put up at shows. 2 of those lights in the square reader, and it drained the battery in 2 hours. So we're like, nope, we can't use those. But it works for the square register by itself. Like, I left it on all night long. So it ran for, 12 hours with just the square register. So it serves its purpose there, but it can't do lights. Or it can't do lights for very long. Though we need to see, like, our neighbor, while setting up, had, like, ceiling fans going, had music going, and lights. So I need to see what they had. Oh, sorry. I've been thinking electric with the with that battery because we replace the battery and it actually worked. But yes, so that got fixed. The people, I couldn't get the people who put it, like, actually installed it to come out because they were too backed up. But I had somebody else that came out same day and fixed it. They replaced the receptacle and the plug on the kiln, and then repaired the wire and everything. So. And I fired it, and it works. Like, if anything like that happens again, I may just like hardwire it or something, or get it hardwired. I'm not gonna do it myself, but even just hardwire it to the wall, maybe. I don't know. Just. Say, at least when the weather's warm, Colleen, you can save the mess in the bathroom, yes. Yeah, receptacles aren't supposed to be a consumable, yeah. Yeah, Crimson Sheep, we'll keep our fingers crossed, because I had, we set up on Thursday, so I guess it was Tuesday morning I came in and we had a burned up plug on the kiln. So it's my smaller kiln that has a 220 hookup that you can just plug in, because the rest of them are hardwired, because they have to be, because they're so big. And the plug itself, or the receptacle, was burned up, and there was a raw wire where the insulation had all burned away. And thankfully the breaker was tripped. So I checked everything I could check. Called Crimson Sheep, who's my consulting electrician. Always call him before I dive into it now, thinking like maybe I can fix it myself, and he says no, don't ever try to fix it yourself, call an electrician. Okay, fine. Actually, I believe he's told me on the phone before, stop that, don't do that again. Okay. Vampire Ice Queen, hello! Thank you for the resub! I'm very glad it didn't start a fire, but the, you know, the breaker tripped, that did what it was supposed to do, and we are all still here. Trying to keep the insurance policy intact, yeah. I've replaced that receptacle more than some people replace their HVAC filters, which, speaking of which, I need to do that as well. That's okay. I've already told Diomedes Industries that it's his fault, because like what the last day I was streaming before that happened, he came in. I forget what we were talking about. He's like, "Oh yeah, remember when you had all those electrical problems?" And then we started talking about them. Like, "Oh yeah, I'd forgotten about that. That's been over a year ago. I'm glad we don't have to deal with that anymore. I didn't, knock on wood." And so I firmly blame him. Speak of the devil, and his electrical fires will appear. Ugh. All right, Crimson Sheep, we'll see you later. Rah. Right there. At least we can tell where it was. Let's put that back together. It was easy, and I'm compressing it back down, trying to even that out, and I'm gonna try to pull some of this extra clay up, because that's what I was originally trying to do in the first place. Just be a bit gentler and slower with this pull now. There we go. And we got some good height. And even that out a little bit. There we go. I like it. Abmeen, hello, good afternoon. You've got the Friday off? You're relaxing while doing laundry, which is nice after a stressful week, yes. I'm actually getting to throw again. We've been doing some pretty quick cycles of throwing and restocking and then packing it all up and taking it to a show, so I'm going to do a good couple days of throwing so we can do it all over again. But this is my favorite part of the process, so it's what I enjoy doing the most, which is, oddly enough, that's usually what I get to do the least of, but... Chaotic Kitten, hello. My day's been going pretty good. I've got started early this morning, so I can hopefully get some pieces made and let them dry out and assemble them this afternoon. That's my plan anyway. And I missed the 30 mark. There's 30. That's 1. This will be 32. I need to hydrate. I have not been doing good at that. It's like, I don't know how many I have. Oh, I have 30. It's a good warm-up. So I'm actually halfway done with this size of mug. And then I'll move on to do 10 ounce probably. Mac and cheese. Mean you love welding at work, but the amount of time you spend checking the blueprint revisions and dealing with the other logistics sucks the joy out of it. Yeah, it's all the prep work. That's kind of like glazing too. Like glazing, like I do very simple glazing. It's you know, dunk one half and then the other and overlap things. But like it takes so long because of all the like prep work that goes into making sure that it's gonna, you know, look good, have a good final product. Takes more time to prep and clean up than it does to actually glaze the piece. Mac and cheese. I was just saying that like Daniel found a place that had ghost pepper mac and cheese and he liked it. Mac and cheese for breakfast it's better than usual, probably because you didn't eat enough yesterday. Everything tastes better when you're hungry. No, I don't know if I can save that one. I don't know. It's actually not got as many chunks in it as I thought it would. Should I try it? Should we try it? Let me see if it'll even go back on. It may not. I may have holes in it. Maybe too wet. Sometimes you put jalapenos in your mac and cheese, yeah. I've seen that too, people like at restaurants and stuff saying like, you know, mac and cheese with jalapenos. Yeah, prep work is at least twice the amount of time spent on the actual task, yes. But it must be done or else the end result will not look good. I think that's why I just don't enjoy the glazing as much as everything else. It's because it's more prep work than anything else. Well, let's see. Okay, so that rim is really wonky. And this is where, like, do I want to try to trim it? Let's see how bad it is. Is this where I trim it, or I just I sand it down later? Let's see. Because trimming this off, I could, you know, destroy it all over again. But here I am trying. Okay. I think I actually may have done it. It's just really thin in a couple of these sections. There we go. All right. I think it works. We shall see. I think I might like trim a little. I might sand it down a little bit further, but it is a mug, and it is a repaired mug. mean, yeah, you don't use an assistant because the other coworkers are still learning or unmotivated or incompetent. Yes. You always joke that you wish you were blissfully unintelligent and didn't know how to solve major issues. Yeah. But then you wouldn't be you. Looking at this one, I need to stretch it out a little bit. It's kind of skinny. It's a little bit smaller than the others. There we go. That's better. Even with cameras, sometimes it's you don't see things correctly unless you pick them up and look at them. Okie dokie, hello. Good afternoon and welcome. Merlin, hello. And good evening. Yeah, your Friday's almost over, huh? So what is NL? Is that Netherlands? Woo. Okie dokie, say pottery making has always interested you. Yes, it is quite a bit of fun. I suggest if you have a place that does classes to give it a try for yourself. I'm doing wheel throwing, and what I'm making are bodies for mugs. There we go. And I'm measuring these with my camera, so I've got a guide set up. So I can adjust the height when needed. There we go. Just like that. Alright. Yeah, okay, I was right, Netherlands. And it's already 7:45. Well, that was number 39, so about to start 40. And I really hope that didn't jinx it. Well, I mean that's a really good reputation to have. Is there a reason why you need to be verified to react on the Twitch stream? You mean like a verified email? That cuts down on bots. The reason we have that setting is so we don't get inundated with bots and spam. So it's just proving you're a real person. Yes, I've got a little bit over 60 of these. I think I have 64, but I don't remember exactly how many of these I have to do. But I'm going to see if I can get to 100 today. I've got like 60-something of this size, and then I'll do some more of another size. And I've got handles made up, and I just need... I'll need to make up like medallions for all the different designs to put on them. Oop, let's turn it off first. There we go. So now we have 40. And I remember this time we're gonna hydrate. I try to hydrate or take a drink after every 10 pieces. It's very easy to get dehydrated while you're working. Need to get some more water. I'm going to swap out my water. It's not really water anymore, it's like goop. Oh, I hope my sponge wasn't in there. Hope I didn't leave it in there. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I mean, like, what you're saying, you say you have the typical mouth of a tradesman, and most of what you say is not necessarily tactful or politically correct. I don't know if you mean, like, in regards to, like, working with your peers or whatnot. Like, you're very good at what you do, but you may not be the most tactful, you know? I think that sometimes that goes hand in hand. And sometimes that's why, like, I feel like I'm not as good of a teacher, because well, I'm not flowery with my words at all, so. But sometimes I have, like, very, very little patience. And when I have a bad habit of, if you're, no, you're not doing it right. Oh, here, just let me fix it. Here, just instead of being able to talk someone through it, I'm like, here, just let me fix it. Just let me do it. And oddly enough, that's usually what most people would prefer when doing just like a beginner class. Just let's get your hands dirty and have an experience, but it's not really the way to teach someone how to do something. But actually, that's exactly the way my grandmother was, and that's why, like today, she would, or I would be sent to my grandmother's house and said, help her cook, help her make biscuits, learn how to make biscuits. Okay, here we are. Do this, then do this. No, here, hold on, you're not doing it right here. Just let me do it. Let's not ruin the biscuits. And that's that's how I learned the first 3 steps. I don't know what to do after that. You're a great worker, but a horrible employee. First step is to place the clay firmly on the wheel, and I did not do that. I thought I did. There we go. You see, when I was pressing down on it, it was just like the clay was just moving above the tile till it finally stuck. There we go. Got it centered. And open it up. Here we go. Oop, we're making it wobble. It's wibbly wobbly. But this one's not bigger on the inside. Oh, what happened? Wonder Hamster? What happened? Hanging mugs? What in the world did they do? My God. And I bet the parents just grabbed him and ran away, right? Climbing. Now, we've learned the lesson to not put anything like small and grabbable like that. Like, don't put a teapot, you know, where a kid can grab it. We've had that happen before. Like, but I had not considered climbing on the displays. Whew. Hey, Vixen. Yeah, good morning. Good afternoon. That was very kind of them. That was very kind. Yeah. Phew. Well, that's Wonder Hamster. That's a better ending than I was afraid of. Shoo. But it still makes you sick to your stomach. And I'm just sitting here thinking, like, there's no possible way you can secure anything in an outdoor 10 by 10 booth that's going to withstand a child climbing on it. Oh yeah. Growl in here all you want to. Yeah, you're trying to calm down and be a friendly salesperson. Yeah. Oh. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Whew. Now this one I had some too much water underneath there. because that broke apart right at the bottom. I think I can fix this. If nothing else, I'll try to compress it back down and do that pull again. Hey, Spook! Throwing my life away. Alright, we're almost there. I'm gonna stop this thing now before it like falls over. After I said that, I kind of want to make it taller, but it's gonna be what it is. Yep, we're good. Oh, you were playing through more of the tutorial on Arena last night, and you hate playing against green decks, really? Why is that? I guess green tends to be, like, more ramping, so they get more mana out quickly, and then they have pumps. Which is why a lot of, like, decks will splash green, so you can have, like, search for land, extra land cards and stuff. Yeah, playing a 10-10 card that you can't block. Yep, that'll do it. You say you normally play blue? Yeah, blue doesn't tend to have... Well, blue's removal is counters, but they don't put that in the beginner decks. It's like... Or the starter decks. It's like bouncing to your hand or bouncing to your deck or something. Blue-black. Yeah, I think green-black is one of the like stronger combos in the Bloomburrow set. Not Bloomburrow, the Duskmorn. Yeah, you haven't built your own. You're just running off the bot decks. Yeah, I think my favorite of those bot decks is the red one, because isn't it goblins? Ken, is there any tips on learning more texture techniques? Well, are you hand building or wheel throwing? And what are you wanting to carve? Are you wanting to use like texture stamps or like sgraffito? Or like glaze texture? because the texture is a very wide-ranging term. You can carve into the soft clay. You can use an additive technique like slip trailing, or adding, you know, little pieces of clay on top and sculpting them a little bit. There's something like the medallions that I put on the mugs is technically a technique called using sprig molds, where if you ever see like very like thin relief sculpture, relief texture on big commercially made pots, it's usually done with a sprig mold, where they have plaster molds with a very thin relief sculpture on it, so they make out that design, pop it off, and then, you know, affix it to a pot so that everything is uniform. Carving, yeah, you're just starting out with the wheel, so you'd love to make rustic looking pieces. So when you're on the wheel, like, you can do a little bit of carving, but like on the wheel, like, you would have to make your piece really thick to do anything on the wheel. You can make it a bit swirly. You know, you can make marks on the pot very easily. It's just there's a fine balance between making too many marks and, you know, the piece flopping over, making enough marks that you have like a texture, and the entire piece falling over. Because when it's on the wheel, it's soft. So generally you want to wait until it's like leather hard, or just dried a little bit, dried enough to hold its shape before you start carving into it. And you would want to leave the walls maybe a little bit thicker than normal. So you don't end up carving through the pot. You can take like I made some of the face mugs, like the mimic mugs are basically the technique of making a face jug. I made a tankard, but you can use any pot, and then before it you know, as it dries a little bit, before it gets completely dry, you press out from the inside and just like sculpt a face on it, and then add clay where you need to for mouth and teeth, or extra, you know, exaggerated facial expressions. So you can use this, you know, subtractive or an additive process, depending on what you're wanting to do. One thing you can do is, like, you can cut, like, so I've got, this is my wire cutting tool that I just cut underneath here with, but it's a piece of fishing line, and you can take a fishing line or your wire cutter, and like if you make a pot with thicker walls, you can like cut it on the wheel to make facets, so you can make like a square or hexagon or octagonal piece with some texture. You can take anything, even something like this, and just, you know, like swirl around and make a texture on there while it's still soft. It's like I've got this one that I'm going to reclaim because the top is just like, can't get the top to stay even. But this was a bottle that I swirled on the wheel, so while it was, I spun it really slowly and made the swirl just with my fingers. Yeah, you saw the face. Yeah, the tankards with the tongue and everything. Oh, I'm sorry, I misread that. You're not using it without a wheel. I'm sorry. So, though some of the things still, like, the techniques are still the same, it's just, you know, you may, have to make your vessel first. You can use, so if you're doing hand building or just like sculpting or coil building, you know, build your form, you can still facet it. You can still like sculpt it after you've made the first shape. You can carve into it. You can, you know, use different tools to make different types of texture depending on the effect you're going for. You can use texture mats or anything, any like large piece of something that might have a texture to it to press into the clay, and then use that as your slab to build a vessel from, so that it already has some texture. Even something as simple as a piece of bubble wrap, you can use it and it makes it kind of like a polka dotted texture. Or if you're wanting to do things that look really rustic, just using your fingers. So making like, so the oldest pots were usually made by coil building, right? If you're coil building, you have these repetitive like finger marks where you're kind of, you know, pressing the clay together. And I've seen people make that into a very uniform texture, and when it's when it's only on like one section of a piece where it's like maybe the seam, it looks unfinished. But if that same texture is on the entire piece where everything is, you know, a slightly indented texture everywhere, it kind of, you know, it looks like it's supposed to be that way. Kind of like rough carving on wood. If it's only on one part and another part is smooth, it looks unfinished, but if the rough carving is everywhere, it looks like you've done it on purpose. Wolfie Hound, whoa, hey, thank you. Thank you for the resub. Nope, I need to put more there. So Wolfie Hound, how are you? Bob, it's Harvey the Wonder Hamster, yes! That is the inspiration for my husband's screen name. He is the Wonder Hamster. Same stuff, different day. Well, hopefully you didn't get washed away with the hurricane. I've been following all the devastation in North Carolina. I haven't even like checked on some of the stuff in Florida. It would be funny if his name was actually Harvey, then he would like probably need to be a bunny. If I ever had a pet bunny, his name would be Harvey. I'm going to try to go to 100. I am. I'm not to 60 yet. I'm not even, where am I at? I'm past 50. I am. So I need to hydrate. I have not been paying attention. You're fine, Sid. Your town has damage, family has damage, but you are good. I'm glad to hear that. 50 pots. Come on, 50 pots, Bob. I am at 56. 56 pieces. Oh, okay, Wolfie Hound, I'll check on it when I get done. Back to cleaning. Well, good luck. And thank you so much for stopping by. It's good to hear from you. I still didn't hydrate, did I? Well, I'll try to remember when we get to 60. Well, there's Kiba. He came to check on me. He didn't. He came to check on his food bowl. That's just wishful thinking on my part. Let me get some tiles. Try to pop in for your 100 sub. Yes. Milestones. Isn't that still one of the best emotes? Trix in her pumpkin. In her box. One of the so the cat in the pumpkin versus the Trix, the cat in the box, which is one of my emotes. I realize like the shipping platform I use is called Go Shippo. It's like, you know, there's several. There's like stamps.com. There's tons of them that, you know, get will let you integrate with the website and kind of do all your shipping in the one spot instead of having to go to the post office website or UPS website and do everything through that in 3 or 4 different places. But so I use GoShippo, and I just realized the other day that they're like, you know how you have like a search bar and you put in like an order number or someone's name to see if they've ever ordered anything before, or put something up. If you go through a search bar and nothing comes up, it says, oh, sorry, we can't find anything. This box is empty. And it is a cardboard box with a cat in it. That's the image that comes up for their, I'm sorry, we can't find anything. There were no results. And I just noticed or realized that the other day. Whether because I'm just used to seeing cat logos on things because of myself. Like, this is great. I need to know if they have cats in their offices. Yep. There it is. Have to look over at the actual like Twitch screen to see the animation. Hey, buddy. There he is. I need to get out of the way, don't I? He's like, excuse me, human. He's waiting for me to get done. He's being patient. He's giving me one chance. Yeah, buddy. He's like, I don't want no elbow scratch. There he goes. He's purring. He's purring. See, he knows. He knows I'm done. He's like, yeah, here we go. If I were to get another tile out and start throwing another one, he would stop purring. Go on. Come on. Come on. He's like, you could pick me up. Am I failing the test, buddy? Am I failing the test? You're still purring. Loot and loot. Hello. Good afternoon. Come on, buddy. Yes. There you go. Oh, the purrs. He knows he's getting away with something. I think that's the only reason he likes laying on the wheel so much is because he thinks he's getting away with something. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You're so demanding. But it is time to hydrate. We have 60 pieces, and it looks like I have 6 extra over here. So I need to make those, and then I'll switch to a different size. Yeah, buddy. Hmm. I thought you might be able to see his tail, but you can't really. Already has clay on it. Gonna dip it in the water bucket. There we, ooh, we got a good spot. We got a good spot. So this is our studio supervisor, Kiba. He's he makes sure that every piece that goes out has at least 2% cat fluff in it. That is our secret ingredient, and that's what holds everything together. Mm-hmm. Yes. We're gonna cuddle. Don't let that angry face fool you. He's purring. Gotta be careful. Sometimes he takes a bite out of my mic. Like it's just this bite-sized squishy thing floating in front of your face. Why don't you bite it? Nobody pays attention to him. Nobody ever feeds him. They don't feed him at the restaurant anymore. They've learned their lesson. I just imagine everybody that when they begin working there, don't feed the cat. He is not our cat. I told you he's been waiting outside our neighbor's back door because we have, like, neighbors on either sides of us, and he'll go out there and sit next to their back door and wait for them to come in the morning because we get here early, and he'll go and wait for them to come in so they can pet him too. It's like everybody that comes through the back parking lot has to pay his toll. Come on. But yeah, when we first moved in, quite a while ago now, we had Kiba here, and he was outside, and he was also much larger. But the restaurant was feeding him scraps because they thought he was a pregnant female. Oh, that purr. Buddy, I gotta get back to work. Cat hair everywhere. He's a dandelion. Always has been. No, he's just a big cat. I mean, he was large. He was 22 pounds of. I mean, there was a lot more than fluff there, but he's a big cat no matter what. He's. As you can see. We had somebody come in, actually visit the studio, and who had been watching the stream, and when I brought Kiba out to them to say hello, they're like, "Whoa, he is huge!" I'm like, "Yep." Whoa, now, no, he's not that big. Like a 30-pound cat, that's massive. Oh, really? It wasn't just a house cat that was overfed. It was a mountain cat. Gotcha. I'm going to see if I can do this. Before I forget, I need to make one of the round mugs because I need to make another cauldron mug. Ooh, Maine Coon, so like super fluffy. So I need this to be round, and I'm going to do this before I forget about it, and then we'll do 5 more of the regulars. Alright, that is nice and round to me. Spherical even. Oop. Okay, so 5 more of these. Yeah, I'll look for the link in Discord if you find it. I'm assuming it was tame, or at least as tame as any cat is. Not trying to scratch their eyes out. I have seen a Great Pyrenees in person because there was one at the vet one time when I was there, and yes, those things, they are massive. And they're very startling when you don't expect them to be there too. So all right, this is the last of the 20-ounce mugs. Whew. All right, so this should be 66. Yep. The Great Pyrenees loves the snow, which he blends right in. Yeah, the one I saw was white. Are they all white? Well, that's what Colleen always says about her great big dog, is that his favorite thing is when it snows to go out and just lay in the snow. I think Bentley's a Newfoundland. I think. All right, so this one is going to be a smaller mug. It's going to be a 10 ounce. Yeah, Colleen says that also she has to, like, whenever she has new neighbors, she has to tell them, no, he's a winter dog. He likes being out in the snow. He's not being neglected. Alright, I need to... I'll make this one and then measure it like I do the others. See if I'm making it big enough. Or too big. Because it just feels so itty-bitty. Like it's got to be too small. Actually, the slightest bit too tall, but I'm just going to leave it. I'm going to adjust my guide. There we go. And maybe compress it down a bit. Oh yeah, Colleen there. Yeah, he's a jerk in the winter. Yeah. And the 30-pound Maine Coon is also orange. Aw. So there's only one little brain cell in there. Oh, there he is, covered in snow. You think I don't have to move, do I? Heck, through all that fur, you wonder if you can see anything, or if you could even feel anything. Well, hello again. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, you're purring because I'm going to pick you up. But you're going to sit over here because I need to make things. I've got less than 40 pieces to go now. Seawater with seasoned with just a little bit of clay. It's perfect. See, and this is it. That's his special water bowl that I made him. It's tilted up because he does. Look, I mean, he's licking on the edge. He does that. He goes right to the edge of the bowl and licks, and so he would make like a. There would be just all the water on the outside because he would splash it out. I made those as a custom order for a French bulldog. So I used Kiba as a model because he's about the same size as a French bulldog. Yes, dear. I'm a well-trained human. Well, that was number 70. So 30 more to go. Is it time for a Kiba break? It is time to hydrate. Time to make sure we have extra fur in here. Extra fur in this batch. Oh, that purr. You'll hear him. Of course, now he's going to move his head. whoop, whoop. Sorry. I'm like, oh, someone commented on my picture, but no, it's just spam. Oh, buddy. You can go over here and sit on the cursed bed, which I don't know why it's cursed. It's only cursed when it's over here. Or you gotta get down. Come on. He's not been this demanding in a while. Kersplat. Still, the first step to doing anything on the wheel is placing the clay firmly on the wheel. Then we center it, open it up, and start pulling the walls. And hopefully it will not go swirly like that. That's the improper way to do it. But we can fix it. Sometimes by just ignoring it. And working a tiny bit slower. Oh no, I missed it. No, thank you for the reminder, Spook. Let me get this one out of the way. So, stretch. Whew. Can feel it in my forearms. And then my shoulders is the other place where I hold tension. Cool. So thank you. Let's see, what have we got now? We have 76. Trombones even. All right, only 24 more to go. We are to the final countdown. 24 doesn't sound like all that many. It's like less than an hour. Oh, you have to watch the season finale. The season finale. We haven't even started it yet, so you better watch it before someone spoils it. Yes. Oh yes, so I've watched season 1. Yes. Really? So, Spook, you're not good at watching episodic content? Like, you mean you're not good at watching it when it comes out? Or, well, like, you'd prefer just to wait until it's all done? Yeah, one of the first shows in years we watched, like, as it came out, was WandaVision. Because, and it was purely by accident, because I thought more of the series was out when we sat down to watch it, and it ended up being only like 4 episodes. So we watched the other 4 or 6, however many there were, when it as it came out. It had been like years since we had done that, because you're just used to everything coming out all at once. But also, I haven't seen the spin-off of that one. But I want to. You're not good at keeping up with it, and you hate watching anything that you have to sit for more than 2 episodes at a time, so you get bored and stop watching. Gotcha. I do believe that is 80. Hydrate. Hydrate with me now. What's in your mugs today? I need to get some lunch too. I'm getting the munchies. So we'll do 20 more pieces, and I'll get some lunch. What did everybody else have for lunch? I know some of y'all are on different time zones. Probably everybody's on a different time zone than me. But when we were setting up for the show yesterday, we saw all the food trucks setting up too, and what all did I see? I know I saw like a grilled cheese stand, or gourmet grilled cheese stand. I'm sure there's going to be corn dogs and funnel cakes and fresh squeezed lemonade. So what is your favorite fair food if you're going to a festival? Do you avoid it like the plague, or is there something you always get? I like a corn dog. I'll get a foot-long corn dog. And if I see it, I'm always tempted by the deep fried Oreos. caramel pie, caramel apple, caramel apple. See, that's what we'll see a lot of in Rhinebeck, because it's apple country. There's always a lot of apple-themed things. Did y'all see my apple pie that I made? We had had the smaller Kentucky dishes, which you may have seen either going into or coming out of the kiln from earlier in the week. I did an experiment for science. I needed to see how much volume those plates held, and they held exactly one recipe for one apple pie. I like caramel and apples. I don't know that I've had like a caramel apple on a stick in years, but I do like it. I prefer to have like the apple chips where they cut up the apple for you and just give you some caramel to dip it in. And one time it was a place where they did that. They had like the apple chopper, which is, the divider, so you had big thick chunks of apple. They did that, and then they battered it all, and they deep fried all of that, so you had like deep fried apple like chunks. Like, oh, apple blossom, yeah. Jesse, hey, Kiba is wandering around, and he's come up here a couple times to check on me. And Minnie's just outside being a wildcat because it feels so good outside. She's probably chasing the lizards. Fried dough with powdered sugar? Yeah, like a funnel cake. Though I don't see them much anymore, but like a fried pie, fried apple pies, I'm guessing they're probably a lot more work than than other things are, but like you don't see them much anymore. There's a orchard here, like the next county over, that everybody goes to in the fall because they have their concession stand. They're open in the fall to the public with like a bunch of kids stuff and mazes and pumpkin patches and stuff. But they always have like they have apples. They have their apple cider and like the apple chips and caramel apples and they have fried pies, and that's always my favorite thing to get. Yeah, cold or hot, I love apple cider. Good girl. Hey, Minnie. I said she was catching lizards. So, okay, it's not for me. Hold on. Good girl. Oh, get it. Get it. Nope. Lizard's already lost his tail. But he ran under the shelf, so maybe he'll get away from her. It's like I know that sound when she comes in declaring her victory. Yep. See, that's her emote. It is snack time. She's like, Human, you said you were hungry. She actually hasn't brought one in a while. I don't know where either of them are now. One time, she brought one in, and I was, letting her, I was trying to walk around her and the lizard, and that lizard, saw me as its, hope of salvation, and it ran up my leg, and while it did that, it popped its tail off, and I guess as a decoy, because that's what they do, but I did not know they could do that at will. I thought, oh, if she bites the tail, whatever it. But yeah, I had never seen that before. Oh, I freaked out. And by the way, it didn't work. Minnie tried to climb my leg too. The decoy did not work. She went after the lizard. Oh, you got him again? Good girl. I mean, I'm pretty sure she's playing with it. I don't know that I've ever seen her actually eat one. But right now, it's gotten away from her, so. Yeah. Good girl, you mighty hunter. Uh-huh. Come on. I don't want to go see it. Mm-hmm. Yes. Come here. Over. Yes. Here she is, the mighty hunter. Who didn't want anything to do with us. No, I had seen Tux eat them when she would bring them to him. And then he would crunch away at them, but... I gotta hook up all the footprints I've got on my shoulder. I saw you. I saw what you were doing. She was licking the mug, but she didn't distort it any. I've just got a few little tongue marks on the edge of my mug that I just made. Yato, hello! You don't understand much, but the live is super relaxing. Well, thank you so much for stopping by, even though I know you can't understand me. Spook, I don't know if I could ever say that Tux was the goodest boy, but he was sweet. Oh. That's not the good response we need from Hamster right now. He's supposed to be busy. Shoo. It died. And the game's not even till tomorrow. Well, I have 13 more to make, and then I think maybe 14. Either way, the end is in sight. The end is in sight. No hamster. 14 until I get to 100. There we go. So Daniel is at the St. James Art Show, St. James Court Art Show, to be precise. It's up in Louisville, Kentucky. So it's like the most local show that we do. Or I guess one of. I guess Kentucky Crafted is in the spring. It's in Lexington. But it is that this one, St. James, and then Kentucky Crafted are the two like fine art shows that we do. Lusky, hey, thank you for the follow. Yeah, welcome everybody. All right, that was 90. So let's hydrate. And let's do 10 more. And then I'll let these dry out a little bit and put handles on them, and I'll make some medallions. Yes, I will be here. Well, yes. I guess I consider this the weekend as well. But yeah, tomorrow I'll probably be here doing more of the same, throwing again tomorrow morning. And Sunday, I'm not sure if I'm going back up to help tear down or not, so. We have 96. So let's try to do 4 more. There's 4. Yarnia, hello. You're here for the final countdown. Got 3 more to go. Ooh, that one's not very tall. Let's fix. There we go, much better. Ooh, here we go. Alright, that was 3. Let's do 2 more. You think a pumpkin or a cauldron yarn bowl would be cool? I think I made, like, some of the very first pumpkins I made, I left little, like, slits in them for them to be, like, yarn bells, so you could put it over your yarn. Because none of them had a base when I did the largest ones. So the same, could be the same concept, just put it over, call them bells. If I was making a yarn bowl, I guess out of a pumpkin, I would need, with a bottom, I would need to have a lid. Though that might actually be easier with a yarn bowl, because I could make a pumpkin and then just cut a notch, just cut the top out and let that be the lid. Have I ever experimented with adhesive stencils for like geometric patterns in the glaze? I personally have not. I have used screen prints. I've screen printed on the clay, but it's been all while like on slabs. So I've not really successfully screen printed on like a round surface like what I have here. Like if you had a round cylinder, that's easier too than the forms that I'm making where it's like spherical. Because the medallions that I used to make, or that I make, I used to do with screen printing versus like making rubber stamps and pressing the design into the clay. So, and that was with underglazes. But I've seen a lot of people using stencils. So at different stages of the pot, like greenware versus bisque versus using it for glaze. So because I've seen a lot of people using different sticker stencils, whether you cut it out yourself or you use something like a Cricut to cut out stencils and then lay it on pieces. I think it's just you've got to like how you're going to do it depends on like how blurry you want the edges to be. Or I've seen successful people like using just paper to mask it off, because you can wet paper, cut it into a shape, or you put it through a Cricut, cut it into a shape and dampen it, stick it to the pot, glaze over it, underglaze over it, whatever, slip over it, and then peel it off to get a nice crisp outline or something. Oh yeah, the Silhouette Spook is on your wish list. You heard the software is more user-friendly than the Cricut. What did you get then? I thought you had something coming. Wait, was this? This is number 100. I wasn't even paying attention. There we go. Mahalo, hello. TGIF, yes. I keep forgetting that today is Friday and not Saturday. You can keep going. Well, that I have thrown 100 pieces today. It is time for a break. And if nothing else, I need to look for a lizard and see if I can get him back outside. I know like that's going to do any good. Minnie's just going to catch him again. But Minnie brought me a lizard a while ago. But, you know, it's been a while since I've done that many in a day. But I'm going to, I've got to let them dry out, and then we're going to put handles on them this evening, afternoon sometime. Right now I'm going to see who all's on. All right, we got options. Okay, we have crocheting a sea turtle. We have more crocheting a shawl, and we have also crocheting something else. We have Megan of All Trades, we have KB Fibers, and we have Lulu May. And we also have Lumi Celine doing cross stitch. So, do we have a preference? I'm kind of partial to the sea turtle to see what we got going on there. So I think I'm going to go see what they're doing. So I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go see a sea turtle being made. You're also Team Sea Turtle. Yeah. So here we go. This is gonna be Lulu May. Aw, it is very cute, and it's purple-ish. So, guys, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for spending part of your Friday here with me. Thanks for helping me get so much work done today and keeping me company. So I hope y'all have a good rest of your day, rest of your afternoon or evening. And if I don't see you again, have a good weekend. But I will be here tomorrow doing more of the same because, like I said, we are restocking things for our next show. And then I'm also working on orders. So I've still got a lot of work to do. So thank you for watching. And I will see y'all later. Here we go.